Sound check, check. Sound check. Sound check, check. Hello, sound check, check. Sound check, check. check, check, check.
Sound testing 1, 2, 3.
Check, check.
Dear guests, may I have your attention, please? The program will start shortly. Please be seated and kindly put your mobile phone in silent mode. Thank you. Dear guests, may I have your attention, please? The program will start shortly. Please be seated and kindly put your mobile phone in silent mode. Thank you. Good morning. Let us begin this morning session by remembering that we are in the most holy presence of a supreme being. Let us take pride in the Filipino patriotism by the singing of our national anthem, followed by the PHC hymn. Please all stand.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, becomes successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
puso, pag-ibig na dakila, ang alay ng puso ay pag-ibig na dakila, ang alay ng puso sa lahat ng lahi at bansa. Lahi ako't ibig, may giting na tangi. Ang lupa ko ay pili at dibdib ng luwalhati. Ang alay ng puso, pag-ibig na dakila, ang alay ng puso ay pag-ibig na dakila, ang alay ng puso sa lahat ng lahi at bansa.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today, we're enthusiastically gathered as we celebrate the 10 years of Z Benefit Open Heart Packages with the theme Clinical Outcomes, Challenges, and Best Practices. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Adrian Benedict A. Palakpak, PHC's Clinical Pathway Coordinator. I will be responsible for hosting this 4th year ZBen Open Heart Packages Summit. We would like to acknowledge our distinguished guests from different hospitals and centers. If your hospital name has been called, if you are here, please stand, or if you're online, make your presence felt by clapping. Asian Hospital, Chinese General Hospital Medical Center, De Los Santos Medical Center, Manila Doctors Hospital, Medical Center Manila, Hospital ng Muntinlupa. Please stand to be recognized. St. Luke's Medical Center, Quezon City. St. Luke's Medical Center, Global City. UP Philippine General Hospital. National Children's Hospital. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Lorma Medical Center. Angeles University Foundation Medical Center. The Medical City Clark. Mary Mediatrix Medical Center. Bicol Regional Training and Teaching Hospital. Western Visayas Medical Center. Perpetual Socorro Hospital of Cebu. Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center. Cagayan de Oro Polymedic Medical Plaza Incorporated. Northern Mindanao Medical Center. Davao Doctors Hospital. Southern Philippines Medical Center. and Notre Dame de Chartres Hospital. Thank you once again for joining this year's summit. A big round of applause to all the institutions who are on-site and online. We would like also to acknowledge the presence of PhilHealth, headed by Mr. Emmanuel Ledesma, President and CEO of PhilHealth. Patayo po ng lahat ng taga-PhilHealth. Palakpakan po natin sila. Despite their busy schedules, they are here. To Philippine Heart Center Executive Committee, headed by Dr. Joel M. Abanilla, Executive Director, Dr. Gerardo S. Manzo, Deputy Executive Director, Medical Services. Ladies and gentlemen, pleasant morning to all. Now we know that we came here for the 4th year Z-Benefit Open Heart Package. If someone would ask us why we are here, our ready answer would be to attend the summit, but specifically, what do you think are our goals of being here today? To discuss how we will serve the Filipino people the best health care they deserve. To begin this program, now with much honor, I am pleased to have Dr. Joel M. Abanilla to provide his welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 10 Years of Open Heart Surgery Z Benefits Summit. In line with our institution's 48th anniversary celebrations, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Ledesma Jr., the President and CEO of PhilHealth, along with other esteemed speakers and guests for today's conference. Throughout the past 48 years of the Philippine Heart Center's existence, we have always strived to serve the Filipino people to the best of our abilities, in line with our institution's vision of upholding the highest standard of cardiovascular care, while being responsive to the health needs of the Filipino people. For the past 10 years, the Philippine Heart Center has strengthened its commitment to serving the marginalized sector of our society by partnering with PhilHealth's Z Benefit Program. Ever since the PhilHealth Z Benefit Program was initiated at the Philippine Heart Center, we have not only helped our patients here at the NCR, but we have also managed to help the patients who come from far-flung places. As a matter of fact, we have established other fully fledged regional centers in the provinces of Bicol, Cebu, Davao, Cagayan de Oro, and in addition, there are several hospitals in the provinces of Ilocos Norte, Baguio, Leyte, and others that are also in the process of applying for PhilHealth Z Benefit accreditation. Lastly, I would like to thank the entire hospital committee on clinical pathways, headed by the co-chair, Dr. Francois May Sarmiento, for their tireless efforts in organizing this event. I hope that the upcoming series of lectures will inspire us to become better healthcare professionals in the service of our Filipino brothers and sisters. Thank you, and may God continue to bless us all.
Thank you, Dr. Abanilia, for that warm welcome. To formally open our program celebration, may we call on the PhilHealth's dynamic and hardworking President and CEO, Mr. Emmanuel R. Ledesma Jr. A round of applause, please.
Distinguished my PhilHealth family, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. February of each year highlights our country's celebrations. First is the observance of the National Health Insurance Month, which underlines the vital role of social health insurance in every Filipino's life. Just last week, PhilHealth, as implementer of the National Health Insurance Program, celebrated its 28th anniversary. Second is the observance of the Philippine Heart Month. That is why February is a remarkable and noteworthy month for all of us. We are also gathered here today to commemorate the 10th anniversary of implementing the Z benefits for open heart surgeries in adults and children. Yes, it has been 10 years since we started this noble endeavor, which we call as rational health interventions, to improve health outcomes while providing financial risk protection to Filipinos who are afflicted with life-threatening conditions. It is through the great efforts of the Philippine Heart Center that health standards were developed, which enabled PhilHealth to put together the Z benefits for open heart surgeries, such as coronary artery bypass grafting, tetralogy of Fallot, and ventricular septal defect. These benefits were developed to provide hope to those who are fighting a daily battle against the emotional burden caused by their illnesses as well as the high cost of medical expenses. Through the years, we are a living witness to those patients who are in this situation, and with our support, managed to win the battle against their illness. We are indeed fortunate to be able to contribute in easing financial burdens and saving lives. Thus, we must undertake the challenge to do more. Let us commit to exert all our efforts to engage more and more healthcare providers, to partner with us to deliver the Z benefits packages for all Filipinos. PhilHealth is also determined to further enhance these packages to provide meaningful coverage. But of course, PhilHealth cannot do it alone. We also recognize our partners' crucial role in this endeavor. And so we also call on you, our dear stakeholders, to continuously help and support us as we fulfill the objectives of the Universal Healthcare Law. Thank you once again, and I wish the Z Benefits Heart Summit success.
Thank you, Mr. Ledesma. To discuss and welcome our keynote speaker to discuss good practices and challenges. Welcome the Deputy Executive Director of Medical Services, the Philippine Heart Center, Dr. Gerardo S. Manso.
Good morning, everyone. To our friends in PhilHealth, our friends from the different hospitals, both public and private hospitals, who are doing the Filipino heart patient a big service by implementing the ZAY benefit programs in your respective hospitals. To our team in the Philippine Heart Center, and a special mention to the original team of ZAY benefit heart packages, which includes myself. I was one of the originals. Their manager, Mel Santillan. Merle, who took over her ate's place. Daryl, who ambushed me with a request for a tape interview the other day. Gemma, you're around. So we are the only 5 remaining in the team when we started. Dr. Tess. Dr. Balderas. So when the ZAY benefit started for us here in the Heart Center 10 years ago, we were fortunate to have been engrossed with our accreditation processes, trying to become a better and more responsive health organization, treating all sorts of patients. At that time, we were also embattled because funds were scarce. The national government did not want to give us more than they were already giving us, and they were giving us actually less. And so it was a very important opportunity for us, and which we embraced when we heard about the ZAY benefit program. At that time, before we heard about the ZAY benefit program, we already had processes to try to improve our clinical practices, very specifically the clinical pathway, which is headed by Dr. Franz Sarmiento. And we all know that this is a standard part of care based on current best practices. It is supposed to be the most cost-effective path of care, and which will allow you to treat your patients in the shortest time with good outcomes. It is supposed to reduce adverse events related to the management of care by continuous monitoring and analysis of variance, and reduce unnecessary interventions, thereby maximizing care without unwarranted expenses. In other words, if everything is written down, if everything is organized as a checkbox, the likelihood that you are going to repeat CBC twice a day, X-rays several times during the confinement of the patient is going to be reduced. And this is exactly what we have when we look at the clinical pathways of the ZAY benefit surgical programs, not only for the heart, and I hope there are already clinical pathways that are being implemented for the other ZAY benefit programs. This is the original circular back in 2012, establishing the implementing guidelines for ZAY benefit package. And it specifically says that the package aims to increase financial risk protection for PhilHealth members, especially the underprivileged, through the delivery of quality care using cost-efficient interventions that are based on approved clinical protocols and guidelines. So if you look at the definition that is embodied in the guidelines or in the policy statement for ZAY benefit, it is almost like talking about clinical pathways. So when we were told that the ZAY benefit was being implemented for leukemia, children with leukemia patients in 2012, was kidney transplant already a part of it at the time? And they told us, I think that was sometime fourth quarter of 2012, closer to December than earlier, we had the clinical pathways with us. And it was very easy for us to convince them that, "Uy, sali naman kami. Iniwan nyo kami for the first batch. Sama naman nyo kami." Kaya ang bilang namin doon is batch A and batch B for the first batch. Parang ganun, Mel, di ba? So we were not second batch. We were batch B. But when we look at the way we have implemented the program here in the Heart Center and how we help roll out the program for the rest of the different hospitals right now, we are probably the group that has utilized J-Benefit optimally. And is heart packages still the highest paid? For a long, long while, if you look at the yearly annual reports of PhilHealth, the payments for J-Benefit heart packages comprise more than 50% of all the payments that were being given to the rest of the other packages. Ilan na ba ang packages ngayon, Bel? 18 packages or more? Still 18? So unfortunately, what I remember is correct. It's still 18, and they have not rolled out more new packages. And that is one of the final messages that I have here. Maybe it's about time for you to roll out new packages for catastrophic cases. The goals of the clinical pathways and the J-Benefit program in general are actually to improve patient access. It has allowed us to increase the number of patients that we are treating without thinking of the problem of where to get our funds. For the longest time as a GOCC, the Philippine Heart Center had to support indigent patients using the funds that are generated when we treat patients who can afford to pay. And those who can afford to pay, after they pay us, cannot afford to pay anything else. They become indigent after they undergo surgery. So the J-Benefit program actually really very importantly helped not only indigent patients who in the first place cannot afford anything, but also those who are marginalized, those who are middle class, the majority of the Filipinos who cannot be classified as indigent, but deserve to have financial relief and financial support. It is a very efficient, effective path of care, and we very clearly state how many days a patient should have. And whenever they exceed, we consider it a variance, which we still need to analyze. But we are there very near the total number of days that are expected for treatment of the heart packages. And we hope that it will reduce adverse effects because the monitoring is very clear and very systematic. We also will show you what can only be awesome. Mortality rates are very, very low for standard risk J packages. Some of you may question, why are the J packages, at least for the heart, not including the patients who are more severely sick, who have more complex problems? And that's where PhilHealth and insurance and actuarial sciences come in. We are forced to deal with standard risk patients so that the return of the investment of the people's money in PhilHealth can be apparent with patients who can go back, live normal lives, and contribute to society once again. It is very difficult for us to virtually throw away our money, virtually throw away the contributions of members when patients are not expected to live long or are not expected to survive the difficult procedure. So those very high risk patients are actually intentionally excluded by the insurance systems, not only by PhilHealth, but by all insurance systems all over the world. The Z Benefit program in the Heart Center provided us wider access to provided patients with wider access to specialized cardiovascular care, especially for the underprivileged. And later on in the next slides, you will see how we have redefined what is wider access. It is no longer talking about just the access to the Philippine Heart Center. You will see that we have now provided access to many, many underprivileged, very, very poor, indigent patients all over the country. The importance of the Z Benefit is actually because it provides financial protection not only to the patients, but also to healthcare institutions and physicians. Many of my slides are dated slides, but are updated. They are dated back to the first PhilHealth Z Benefit Summit in 2015. I cannot remember where that was held, but it was organized by PhilHealth, and it was not really focused on just heart packages. It was the Z Benefit PhilHealth packages for all Z packages. The first Z Benefit, CABG, and VSD and TOF were performed on the same day on February 13, a day before the anniversary of the Philippine Health Insurance, PhilHealth, and the Philippine Heart Center. We share the same anniversary date. Tama, no? Pareho tayong February 14. Pareho tayong makapuso at nagmamahal sa kapwa. Galing. On the right side is the thank you letter from the Department of Health, Secretary Ona, who was the Secretary of Health when this program was rolled out. This was the cover slide of my presentation back then in October 29, 2015. We talked about PhilHealth protecting and saving patients. So what you can see are the patient shares for our standard surgical packages without PhilHealth. And you will see that the patient savings compared to our package when they are given Z Benefit subsidy is roughly around 400,000 for patients who can afford. So that is something very important. But if we remember talking about patients who are not indigent when they undergo surgery but become indigent after they undergo surgery, this is what they were saving at that time, around 400,000 pesos. For the tetralogy of Fallot and the VSD patient, there is a very nice history here. Dr. Balderas is a very proactive, very aggressive, and manager. And at the time that we were asked to prepare and submit the documents for the Z Benefit packages, we were asked to submit for just one package, Z Benefit. So it submitted our clinical pathway and the costing for Z Benefit CABG. But very shortly after, because we were doing the same things for pediatric cardiology was able to provide us documents which we submitted to PhilHealth for TOF and VSD. Of course, that alarmed PhilHealth because they were not prepared to spend for 3 heart packages. But because we were ready, we are very thankful for PhilHealth for allowing the 2 other packages to be included in the rollout for heart packages. But you will see that the rollout is not the same as the accommodation that was done for adult coronary artery bypass grafting. We were not given what we needed for TOF and VSDs. So when you look at the patient savings later on, so it's still about 400,000 here, 200,000 for VSD. So 200,000 for VSD, 200,000 for TOF, 200,000 for VSD. So it's still about 400,000 400,000 here, 200,000 for VSD, 200,000 for VSD. So it's still about 400,000 400,000 here, 200,000 for VSD, So the saving is coming from not giving the doctors enough professional fees anymore. Because when you are a J benefit patient, you are essentially a no balance bill patient. No balance bill for the indigents because you don't pay anything. No balance bill for copay because after you give your copay, you are not supposed to ask for any additional payments. So which meant that when we look at TOF, the surgical team was losing 10,000 pesos right from the start 10 years ago and earning a little more for semi-private and ward. For cabbage patient, we were earning a little more, 900 in the private. We earned 4,000 pesos more in the ward. So it was part of the service of the healthcare workers, of the doctors of the Philippine Heart Center to embrace this program so that we can help more patients, even if it meant we will not help ourselves. And of course, the third part of financial protection is protecting the healthcare organization. Back in 2013 and 2014, you will look at the hospital expenses, and the hospital gain at that time was just 4,000 for cabbage. 1 year later, we were losing 135,000 for each and every TOF patient. We were losing about 126,000 for each and every VSD patient, whether it is a charity patient or a private patient, we were subsidizing. I was asking Fran because I was not able to get the final numbers for 2022, but it is now in the range of around losing something like 200,000 for TOF and BSD, subsidize the Philippine Heart Center subsidizing all our Z benefit patients to the tune of about 200,000 for the BSDs and TOF, and maybe about 50 to 100,000 for our cabbage because we already exceeded the base price that we had programmed in 2013. This is a slide of best practices. So the revision of the slide is I put 2015 and I put together all the slides. We were implementing clinical pathways for all Z benefit cases. So I hope the other hospitals that are doing Z benefit surgery are still using the clinical pathways and not doing any shortcuts, because it is important that we are able to monitor variances for our patients. We had a dedicated team before, and this team has been expanded. We call our team leader for taking care of the processing of the patients, our nurse case manager. That this is a nurse, Miss Mel Benatiro. We still have our expert panels, so we have a team approach here in the Heart Center. I don't know how you are doing the expert panel in the other hospitals where there are not too many specialists on board. But if you can just imagine what the team approach means, even if I was part of the team that started it, even if I occupy a high-ranking position in admin and as a surgeon, if the expert panel, who are usually young doctors, say that my patient is not a good candidate, I cannot insist. So attending physicians cannot insist on bringing or having their patients undergo Z benefit surgery if they are not eligible, if they are not standard risk. And this has been very, very closely monitored here in the heart. Of course, kuminsan, nalulusutan pa rin. We will see patients with moderate MR, and they will say, no, this is something that can be done. It is something that is functional. This patient will not need to undergo a mitral valve repair. And then when they're there on the table, they replace the valve. And that is something that we cannot charge to the patient anymore because you cannot charge extra for Z benefit patients. We also have developed a group practice team approach. So we are probably the only hospital or the hospital with the largest team of surgeons that practice together. And practice together does not mean assist each other. Practice together means pooling all our money. So those of us who have more patients are forced to share, but with open hearts to our younger surgeons who still do not have their own patients. But that open heart is 50% of our professional fees. And this group practice is still working up to now for surgery and anesthesia in the Philippine Heart Center. I put a third team approach in group practice because there are hospitals, SPMC, I think, and the other regional centers, pool the money together for the entire team, and then they divide it among themselves. That is when the hospitals do not take a big cut out of their. So this is another discussion where copay for pay patients are still considered hospital funds and very reluctantly released to the teams that are doing private surgery. So when the teams do indigent patients, everything goes to the hospital. When the team does private cases, who will not be in your hospitals otherwise? They will go to heart center. But now that it is being implemented in the regional centers, the teams that are doing pay patients deserve to have their proper compensation. So in 2023, yes, we're still doing clinical pathways. We are still using our dedicated staff. We are still doing the expert panels. We're still doing a group practice and team approach. Some of the innovations that we were noted to have after the implementation of the Z benefit is that the maturity assessment for healthcare institutions that we developed to try to qualify which hospitals are for accreditation became the nucleus for, before I go to this slide, it became the nucleus for the assessment of many other hospitals subsequently by the Department of Health and by the PhilHealth. So when we started doing this, we were looking at maturity scales that required an assessment of the completeness of your infrastructure, your equipment, your supplies, the availability of expert teams, the willingness to implement the clinical pathways. One of the things that we have not been really able to follow up with PhilHealth and with our fellow healthcare institutions is the submission of data for outcomes monitoring. So we can get the numbers, but we actually do not know the outcomes anymore. And we have not been able to properly analyze variances. And Mel, maybe you can help us with this. We do have the data. We need to be able to analyze them properly and hopefully send them to you. Data like financial data that we are spending so much more than what is being given to us, and this is charged to hospital funds, is something that I hope that you can help us with. So maturity assessment for Z benefit was transformed into the maturity assessment for the Regional Heart Center program. And eventually, this was adopted by the Department of Health as a template for the maturity assessment of all specialty centers. So the Department of Health is implementing 17 specialties in different centers. So not all centers will have all the specialties, but the template is essentially the same. It is, of course, a better template now, a better framework now, a very structured framework. But if we all go back to where it started, it would seem like what we started doing for Z Benefit hospitals has now been used for regional heart centers and for other specialty centers all over the country. So this is an innovation of the Z Benefit program that has made an impact for national healthcare. So this slide just shows the first 5 hospitals after the Philippine Heart Center. And you can see that practically all of them are green. So this is all dashboards. Green meaning all go, everything complete. Yellow meaning it's not all complete, but it is there. And red in the following slides will show you the regional centers that have not been able to do everything else to get their accreditation as a regional heart center. So you will see that Vicente Soto still is yellow because they do not have a pediatric cardiac surgeon on the staff. Bicol Regional does not have enough adult cardiac specialists. Mariano Marcos does not have enough cardiac specialists as well. But everyone else and everything else is green for them. All of them have 2 cardiac operating rooms that are separate from the rest of their operating rooms. And 3 of them already have 2 cath labs each because they are advanced comprehensive care cardiovascular centers. So I don't know if PhilHealth is familiar with the nomenclature that the Department of Health is using for specialty centers. So the APEC centers, which is what they were called before, are now called advanced comprehensive cardiovascular centers. And the rest are called basic comprehensive. It's an oxymoron, but it's how we call it. It's a basic comprehensive cardiovascular centers. And you can see the sprinkling of red, yellow, and green for the different centers. And this is for the 17 regional centers because we dreamed of having one regional heart center in all the 17 regions. So just exactly where are we right now? The Philippines has 17 regions as a review of geography. When we started it, the Philippines had 18 regions, but on the very first month, I think, of the previous administration of President Duterte, he canceled the 18th region. So the 18th region was supposed to be the Negros Integrated Region. So now we're back to 17 regions. In 1975, it was only the Philippine Heart Center. From 1975 to 2006, there were no other regional heart centers. There were no other heart centers except private centers. But when you talk about public cases, indigent cases, the only place to go was the Philippine Heart Center. In 2007, and the reason why we have 4 other regional centers here is because we had a Dutch grant in early 2000s, and we were provided 6 cath labs. We took 2 cath labs for the heart center, and we did not have use for the 4 other cath labs, and we distributed it to SPMC in Davao, Vicente Soto in Cebu, BRTTH in Legazpi, Bicol, and NMMC in Cagayan de Oro. So these are the 4 hospitals who received cath labs back in 2006. And they became the 4 other, the first regional heart centers outside of the heart center. The 5th one is Mariano Marcos. They did not receive a cath lab. When we went there, we were working in their operating rooms. And when we brought our first mission to Mariano Marcos, we brought everything from gauze to all the drapes to extension cords, because the extension cords of our heart-lung machine and other special equipment will not be compatible with the regular Philippine standard extension. So we brought everything to them. And as you can, if you can remember, all of them are practically green now. These are the 5 regional heart centers up to 2015. And then we dreamed bigger. Have all the have a regional center in each of the 17 regions. And after 2015, this is where we went. In 2016 to 2018, we went to Western Visayas Medical Center in Iloilo. We went to EVRMC in Tacloban, and we went to Baguio General Hospital for the Cordillera Autonomous Region. In 2019, we have to stop doing our missions because we were being questioned by COA and our own administration at that time. What is the mandate of the heart center to set up regional centers? And we could not find a signed mandate. We saw a mandate that says we should do it, but it was unnumbered and unsigned. So we had to go backwards and ask the Department of Health to give us the imprimatur and the mandate to continue and roll out the regional heart centers. In 2020, we had COVID. In 2021 and 2022, despite COVID, we were able to perform open heart surgery at Batangas Medical Center, at Paulino J. Garcia in Cabanatuan, which is celebrating and inaugurating their heart center this Friday. They have an 8-story building for specialty centers. They're inaugurating their heart center this Friday. We have been to Marawi in Amay Pakpak 2 times. The second time we went there on November because we were told they were ready. They were not. They already have their cath lab installed with license, but they still do not have complete equipment in the operating room. So we're going back there for the blessing and inauguration of their heart center in April. And we also went to Cotabato. So you can see we've been going around, even during the COVID. And all through this time, what is the backbone? What is the come-on? One is, of course, to be able to do heart surgery. But they will not be able to afford heart surgery for all patients. So what is the important thing for them to do? They needed, and they have been applying for accreditation with PhilHealth. So Mel, I know that this is not part of your team. Can you please help the regional heart centers? Because when private hospitals ask for accreditation, even if there is no maturity assessment, they get approved. Even if they do not have the minimum 5 cases, they get approved. Even if they do not have the required minimum number of specialists, they get approved. But when we talk about regional centers, they go through all the motions, and having approval of this will help them sustain heart operations in the regional centers. So for 2023, we are scheduled to go to Zamboanga this first half of the year. Hopefully to Cagayan Valley also the first half of the year. We are going to Bicol Medical Regional Center in Naga, and this is the second regional center of the Bicol region. We're going there in March. We are going to Corazon Locsin in Bacolod, and this is the second regional center in Western Visayas. So they would have been the regional center of region number 18, NIR. But because NIR was removed, we're still going there because they already started it, and we're having the first mission in May. And we hope, God willing, to complete all the 17 regions, Mimaropa and Caraga, probably in Surigao by the end of 2023. So in 2022, we have 15 DOH heart centers in the 13 regions. So 13 regions are already covered. In 2023, the last 4 remaining regions, we hope to be able to complete visiting and starting them off on their journey to become a regional center, so that by 2023, we hope we will have 1 regional heart center, all depending on PhilHealth for sustainability and the ZAY benefit packages in all the 17 regions. In 2015, our first recommendation was the expansion of existing inclusion criteria. In 2023, we have expanded coverage for CKD not undergoing dialysis and higher pulmonary risk. So this is the expanded risk. I don't know if expanded risk has been expanded to the rest of the institutions. I think we're still the only institution that is allowed expanded risk. VSD and TOF has been increased to 10 years. There has been an adjustment of copay, but really we need some adjustment for the basic benefit itself. Our second recommendation for the expansion of ZAY benefit heart cases, at least for single valve surgery, this does not happen yet. For single vessel PCI, this is a special benefit that I think is already in the final stages of approval. PDA device closures, ASD surgery, aortic aneurysm and endovascular surgery. This has not happened. I hope again we will be able to get, especially the device, even if we do not get a package, PhilHealth and Mel, maybe if we can get something very similar to what Ortho is getting, support for prosthetics, support for the devices, it is still going to be very helpful for us. Our recommendation for the expansion to outpatient benefits, we realized this with the rheumatic fever prophylaxis. So we had a special benefit for Kawasaki disease for a while, but this has not been continued. It was started for a year or 2, and when the funds were finished, it was not renewed. Rheumatic fever is something that we need to do. If we can help rheumatic fever patients to not develop severe rheumatic heart disease, then we will not ask you for single valve surgery maybe anymore. Recommendation number 4 in 2015, expansion of contracted healthcare institutions. In 2023, I already intimated that this is a question mark and it is something that we do not begrudge. We welcome, we encourage more institutions to be accredited, but we need your help to expedite the accreditation of regional heart centers. Can you imagine, we were talking about this in 2014. Please approve Southern Philippines, and later on I will have a slide to show what approval has done for them. Northern Mindanao, Central Visayas, all of these hospitals are already approved. They are full-fledged, independent, regional. They are not satellites. They are not dependent on the heart center. They do their own cases. They actually, regional center in Davao actually has a training program in surgery already. And back in 2015, we were saying approve private hospitals. What we have been getting in the previous slides, I show you that we are spending 200,000 to subsidize TOF and VSD surgery. We are spending almost 100,000 to subsidize CABG surgery. It is not enough. Our glass is half empty, but we would rather, so my original team members, do you remember the slide? We would rather look at it as half full. Without you, we will still take care of these patients, much less than what we are able to take care of. So if we look at it as half empty, we will feel bad. Look at it as half full. And again, the next slides will show you how some of the hospitals have approached J Benefit as a half full proposition. And that is the slide that will come after this. This is the Philippine Heart Center J Benefit experience. Fran, are you presenting anything later? So I will not present what Franz will present. So I just extracted from the data that was extracted from PhilHealth, and this is what I got. So this is now the Philippine Heart Center data. A total of 4,947 patients, CABG, VSD, TOF, and look at the mortality. And I was saying that the mortality rate is short of awesome. This is world-class. This is not just world-class, this is best in class. For CABG, the accepted mortality rate is 2 to 3% worldwide. There is probably just one hospital system that has less than 1%. And this is Cleveland Clinic, that is the #1 heart hospital in the United States for the past 27 successive years. And we are 1.01%. 0.68 for VSD. Maybe you should be wondering why we even lose some VSD patients. TOF is something that is really very beautiful number. When I started training almost 30 years ago, our mortality rate for TOF was close to 50%. We're down to 2.38%. So this is really something that you should be proud of, to have helped us done 5,000 cases, and we hope that you will help us do even more with very, very low mortality rates. Our claims, I don't know what this means. I am almost sure this is not we were paid. But these are the claims, and maybe some of the claims are not even registered, but these are the claims for the Philippine Heart Center over the 10-year period. No, I don't know if this is over the term. This is 1.8 billion pesos. This is a slide. Unfortunately, they are, on the sleeves, in the screen is it's big. So this is extracted from the extracted file of PhilHealth. Can you locate where your hospitals are? And remember the glass half full. So hospitals in the bottom probably have looked at it as glass half empty. Even if Makati Medical has a copay that is already equivalent or even more than the copay, than the basic benefit, where we raise our eyebrows how they have a higher copay, they have not been able to avail of it. But look at, congratulations, Mary Mediatrix. This is not the number of cases, this is the number of claims. But it still reflects the number of patients. You cannot have a few patients and hundreds of claims. So there, I think this is roughly divided by 2. Maybe it is the claim for 2 tranches. So they're covered as 2 claims, but it belongs to 1 patient. Mary Mediatrix, Manila Doctors, Chinese General, Medical Center far exceed the number of cases that have been done by regional centers. They are doing this not for indigent patients, they're doing this for pay patients. Their team accepts a relatively smaller amount of professional fee compared to maybe their standard professional fees. But they're able to protect the hospital because the hospital gets paid, hopefully. And whether the hospital gets paid or whether the professionals' fees get paid, the bottom line is the patient get operated on, hopefully successfully, without paying or with minimal copay. Where is Hospital ng Muntinlupa? Why am I calling them out? Osmon is an LGU. Osmon surprised us by being accredited without going through maturity assessment because they are adjacent to Asian Hospital. And the team that is going to perform has performed more than 5 cases. And the team that they are going to perform, that has been performing their cases, has had a lot of experience. And PhilHealth approved them. And while we raise our eyebrows then, it's important to understand how an LGU has used this program to benefit the citizens of Muntinlupa. Exclusive ba kayo sa Muntinlupa lang? So you're also getting some of the patients from Heart Center, I understand, from... Okay. Kasi ang bagal ng Batangas may Batangas Medical ba dito? Online. Ang bagal nyo kasi, Batangas Medical yan, kinukuha tuloy ng Osmon. I understand from my friends, what is Dodi Jubampo there? CPMC ba siya? So they've done 63 cases for an LGU, mainly for charity patients. So this should be an inspiration for really the regional centers. How can you allow Osmon to have more cases than, or more claims than, nasaan na ba sila? Wala naman pala. Lahat pala ng regional centers mas marami kaysa sa inyo. Pero nga, they've been able to look at the glass half full. In 2023, the contracted healthcare institutions for heart surgery, at least those that claimed, numbered 27. Is that the correct number? I just followed your list. With a total claims counted of 11,000 plus and a claim amount of 2.4 billion. 1.8 billion of which is being claimed by Heart Center. But I am sure sooner than later, the rest will follow and will be able to claim much more. This is really a slide on isolated cases, but and it's not really related to the benefit or maybe related in trying to again convince you. If you can imagine, this is the case rate. For the replacement of a mitral valve, the PhilHealth currently, unless this has been changed, currently just pays 46,500. The cost of one valve is about 100,000 pesos. Of the 46,500, you're going to, because I cannot imagine how universal healthcare will be if we are going to be forced to follow RVS. Are you going to say that for the professional fees of the entire team of 2 to 3 surgeons, 2 to 3 anesthesiologists, a cardiologist, a critical care specialist, a rehab medicine specialist, we are going to share in 25,200 pesos? So, 6 kami maghahati-hati ng 25,000. Hindi, sa surgery pala, amin yung kalahati. So, mag-open heart kami for 12,000 pesos. Maghahati kami ng assistant at saka ng... So, hindi pwede yung ganito eh. If you compare it to the single valve costs here in the Heart Center, for packages that are dated back to 2011, which is going to be revised this year, the total support value of what PhilHealth is giving in case rate is 4.5%. If you look at the benefit cabbage, your total support value is virtually 100%. It's about 45 or 55% for TOF and VSD. So we hope that you will either consider putting in more J benefit packages or at the very least rationalize the case rates. I know that you are in the process of rationalizing it, but really this is short of ridiculous. The case rates that are being given, not only for heart, for all cases, except maybe Opta. So when they do a BLEF on the left side, they get this amount, and the upper will get another amount, and the right upper and other and lower will also get another. So maybe some of the specialties have it good, but for the major specialties, this is really something that needs to be revised. This is my last slide. Our challenges for PhilHealth is not better protection for the patients, because you're already protecting the patients. I hope you will not look unkindly at an appeal for better protection for healthcare providers. And this is not necessarily the team. It is the healthcare institution. Adjust the basic J benefit or allow us to adjust co-pays. Please adjust the case rates, especially for the non-J benefit cases. Please facilitate the approval of accreditation of regional heart centers, because this is one of the tools that we have been stressing to them to promote sustainability of their respective heart programs. Otherwise, they will not be able to sustain it using case rates. Please consider approval of additional J benefits for other catastrophic heart and vascular cases. And please help us in performance monitoring of volumes, variances, and outcomes. People who wonder whether the glass is half full, and that is my question to you, or half empty, is maybe missing the point. I'm not sure if the pitcher of PhilHealth is refillable, but that's where we're going to get our refill. The glass is refillable, and we have seen, even just for the patients that we have for now, the glass is being refilled. It is still half full, but we are able to treat more and more patients. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Happy 28th anniversary PhilHealth. Happy anniversary Philippine Heart Center.
That was a very interesting discussion with Dr. Manzo. We know that all Filipinos are guaranteed equitable access to quality and affordable cardiovascular healthcare goods and services, and protected against financial risk. The Z benefit packages ensure every Filipino is healthy, protected from health hazards and risks, and has access to affordable, quality, and readily available health service that is suitable to their needs. The future is bright for us. So now, at this juncture, we don't want you to be in hypoglycemic level. Our snacks are served at the foyer. We have overflowing brewed coffee to you to give instant boost for today's summit. Reminder, we are not allowed to eat or drink inside the auditorium. We will now all proceed to the foyer. We will resume after 10 minutes. Thank you.
You may think that I'm talking foolish, that I'm wild and I'm free. They wonder how I can promise you now. There's love that I feel for you, always will be. You're not just time that I'm killing. I'm no longer one of those guys. As sure as I live, all this love that I give is gonna be yours until the day that I die. Oh baby, I'm gonna love you forever, forever and ever, amen. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather, as long as old women sit and talk about old men. If you wonder how long I'll be faithful, I'd be happy to tell you again. Oh darling, I'm gonna love you forever and ever, forever and ever, amen.
They say time takes its toll on the body, makes the young man's brown hair turn gray. But honey, I don't care, I ain't in love with your hair. And if it all fell out, well, I love you anyway.
Oh, they say time takes its toll on a memory, makes people forget things they do. It's easy to see, oh, it's happening to me, 'cause I've already forgotten every woman but you. Oh darling, I'm gonna love you forever, forever and ever, amen. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather,
As long as old women sit and talk about old men.
and if you wonder how long I'll be faithful, oh, just listen to how this song ends. Oh, darling, I'm gonna love you forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever, amen. Oh, yeah. The better, the worse, in betweens, baby, I'm gonna give you my everything from now on. Won't have to walk this road alone. Oh, my yesterdays and my tomorrows, all my laughter and my sorrow. Yeah, your heart is the only one I know. Oh, till the stars fall out of the sky and the rivers they all run dry. Baby, you're mine, only one. Till the silver that runs through our hair, don't you know that I'll always be there? Baby, I swear, till my days on this earth are done, you're the only one. With every heartbeat in my chest, I would try to bring happiness, be your strength. Whenever you get weak, and even the times when they get rough, baby, I will pick you up, give you try. Baby, you're my only one. Till the silver that runs through our hair. Don't you know that I'll always be there? Baby, I swear. Till my days on this earth are done, you're the only one. You're the only one I ever wanna hold. You're the only one knows how to speak to my soul. Till the stars fall out of the sky and the rivers they all run dry. Baby, you're my only one. Till the silver that runs through our hair. Don't you know that I'll always be there? Baby, I swear. Till my days on this earth are done, even though we've just only begun. You're the only one. Oh, oh, oh. You're the only one. Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. Sometimes it feels like this one's gone crazy. And Grandpa, take me back to yesterday, when the line between right and wrong didn't seem so hazy. Till lovers really fall in love to stay, stand beside each other, come and name. Was the promise really something people kept, not just something they would say and then forget? Families really bow their heads to pray, but daddies really never go away. Oh, 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 Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. Oh, oh, oh. And Grandpa, everything is changing fast. We call it progress, but I just don't know, no, no. Oh, and Grandpa, let's wander back into the past and paint me a picture of long ago. Did lovers really fall in love to stay, stand beside each other, come and make? Was a promise really something people kept, not just something they would say and then forget? Families really bow their heads to pray, daddies really never go away. Oh, 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 Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. Do lovers really fall in love to stay, stand beside each other, come and make? Was the promise really something people kept, not just something they would say and then forget. Families really bow their heads to pray. Daddies really never go away. Oh, 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 Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. Oh, oh, Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. Oh, 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 tell me about the good old days. Oh, oh, tell me about the good old days. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, won't you stand by me? Just as long as you stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, and the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry. No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, won't you stand by me? Just as long as you stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, won't you stand by me? Just as long as you stand by me. Oh, darling, just as long as you stand by me. Sometimes in our lives we all have pain and we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Lean on me, it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have things that you need to borrow. For no one can feel those of your needs that you won't let show. Lean on me somebody to lean on. Just might have a problem that you'll understand. 'Cause we all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be a friend. I'll help you carry on. Lean on me, it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Somebody to lean on. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Somebody to lean on. I set out on a narrow way many years ago, hoping I would find true love along the broken road. But I got lost a time or two while my brow kept pushing through. I couldn't see how every sign pointed straight to you. Every long lost stream led me to where you are, and others who broke my heart. They were like northern stars, pointing me on my way into your loving arms. This much I know is true, that God bless the broken road that led me straight to you. I think about the years I spent just passing through. I'd like to have the time I lost and give it back to you. But you just smile and take my hand. You've been there, you understand. It's all a part of a grander plan that's coming true. 'Cause every long lost dream led me to where you are, and others who broke my heart. They were like northern stars, pointing me on my way into your loving arms. But this much I know is true, that God bless the broken road that led me straight to you. Oh, yes, it did. Ooh, ooh. Every long lost stream led me to where you are, and others who broke my heart. They were like northern stars, putting me on my way into your loving arms. This much I know is true, that God bless the broken road that led me straight to you. That God bless the broken road that led me straight to you. I can still shut down a party. I can hang with anybody. I can drink whiskey and red wine, champagne all night, a little scotch on the rocks, and I'm fine, I'm fine. But when I taste tequila, baby, I still see you cutting up the floor in a sorority t-shirt, singing lips pressed against the bottle. Swearing on the Bible, baby, I'll never leave you. I remember how bad I need you when I taste tequila. I can kiss somebody brand new and not even think about you. I can show up to the same bar, hear the same songs in my car. Baby, your memory, it only hits me this hard. When I taste tequila, baby, I still see you cutting up the floor in a sorority t-shirt, the same one you wore when we were sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the Bible, baby, I'll never leave you. I remember how bad I need you when I taste tequila. Oh, oh, when I taste tequila. I ain't even drunk, and I'm thinking how I need your love, and it sinks in when I taste tequila. When I taste tequila. When I taste tequila, baby, I still see you cutting up the floor in a sorority t-shirt, the same one you wore when we were sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the Bible, baby, I never leave you. I remember how bad I need you when I taste tequila. Oh, oh, when I taste tequila. Oh, when I taste tequila. So fast, my car has nothing to prove. It's not new. It'll do 0 to 60 in 5.2. I'm in a hurry to get things done. Oh, I rush and rush until life's no fun. All I really gotta do is live and die, but I'm in a hurry and don't know why. Time, shaking hands with the clock. I can't stop. I'm on a roll and I'm ready to rock. I'm in a hurry to get things done. Oh, I rush and rush until life's no fun. All I really gotta do is live and die, but I'm in a hurry and don't know why. You may think that I'm talking foolish. You've heard that I'm wild and I'm free. You may wonder how I can promise you now there's a love that I feel for you, always will be. You're not just time that I'm killing. I'm no longer one of those guys. As sure as I live, oh, this love that I give is gonna be yours until the day that I die. Oh baby, I'm gonna love you forever. and ever. Amen. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather. As long as old women sit and talk about old men. If you wonder how long I'll be faithful, I'd be happy to tell you again. Oh darling, I'm gonna love you forever and ever. Forever and ever. Amen.
They say time takes its toll on the body, makes a young man's brown hair turn gray. Well, honey, I don't care. I ain't in love with your hair, and if it all fell out, well, I love you anyway.
Oh, they say time takes its toll on a man.
Test, mic test. Okay. So welcome back to our session. So first, we'd like to thank the Department of Adult Cardiology, who has been such a wonderful partner to provide us the snacks and lunch for this summit. We would also like to thank the following sponsors: Medtronic Philippines for the snacks and Boston Scientific Philippines for the lunch. At this juncture, we would like the next speaker will be presenting the 10-year utilization and patient outcomes of the 3Z benefit packages. To include the summary of good practices and challenges, may we call on the Philippine Heart Center's co-chairman of the Hospital Committee on Clinical Pathway, Dr. Francois A. Sarmiento.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you again here in our grand auditorium for the summit of our 10th year anniversaries, healthcare workers providing these open heart surgery packages from PhilHealth. So this is last February 13, 2013, as Dr. Manso mentioned earlier. We had the first patient operated on Z-Benefit. So he was a cabbage patient. Yung sa slide ni Dr. Manzo earlier, he was still hospitalized. This was his follow-up with the PhilHealth team. Okay. And so during that time, we cascaded our clinical pathway as well as the process flow of the Z-Benefit open heart surgery packages to different hospitals. And so after a year in 2014, the first two hospitals that were accredited were Southern Philippines Medical Center in Davao and Vicente Soto Medical Center. And now, we have around 24, in 2023, we have 24 accredited healthcare institutions for the CABG surgery, 9 for the VSD, and 8 for the tetralogy of Fallot across the country. And based on the data that I collated from those provided by the different hospitals who reported, we have done around 6,227 cases across the country. And from the paid claims, I just took yung first tranche kasi baka yung second tranche hindi kompleto because of deaths or loss to follow-up or whatever. So around 5,904 cases. So around more than 6,000 patients have benefited from the Z-Benefit surgery. And from that 6,000, this data is not complete for the national, but I took this anyway from the different centers who submitted their reports, because I think this will almost tell us also the picture of the different utilizations of the Z-Benefit packages. So for the CABG, we have 17% of utilization for the no balance billing. So around 83 copay to one patient. For the VSD, we have 13:1. So 13 copay to one NBB patient. And lastly, for the tetralogy of follow, we have almost equal number of copay patients to the NBB patients that were operated on in the last 10 years. So for the CABG surgery, so these are the 27 hospitals that were accredited during the last 10 years. Some hospitals were not included anymore in the 2023 list. So, guess naging 24 na lang from the slides of Dr. Manzo. So, from the data that I was able to collect, we have operated on around more than 3,000 patients for CABG surgery across the country in the last 10 years. And for the death rates, since most of the cases were from our center, from the Philippine Heart Center, this is just to reiterate or emphasize the mortality rate that Dr. Manzo earlier mentioned. So the 10-year death rate for CABG surgery in our center, here in Philippine Heart Center, is around 1%. And so these are the different death rates. And to compare our mortality rate with the Cleveland death rate, as you can see, it's almost the same. And the expected mortality is always below the expected the global expected mortality rate for CABG surgery. Okay. Next is the package for the ventricular septal defect surgical closure. So for the last 10 years, around 8 hospitals have operated on VSD patients and under the ZBEN, and the total number of cases was 1,643. So this is not including the 2023 data. So this is just from 2013 to 2022. And so to present the clinical outcomes, for the VSD surgical closure under the Z benefit is very good or awesome, sabi nga kanina. So we have a very low death rate, and it is way below the expected mortality rate for the data that I got from the Cleveland Clinic website was from 2019 to 2021. It was always way below, even better, since we have almost zero mortalities for ventricular septal defect, despite the numbers that we are operating on. And lastly, the last open heart surgery package is for the tetralogy of Fallot surgical total correction. So we have operated on more than 1,200 patients in the last 10 years. And around 8 hospitals have been accredited to do TOF surgery also. And I think for the mortality rates, for the outcomes, it is also at par, except for this was the pandemic, yung 2020. So when this pandemic started, we had to close our ORs. So when we reopened, we had to prioritize the patients. So yan. And also the denominator was low. So that's why medyo mataas yung death rate in 2022, but otherwise it is at par with the expected mortality rate globally. Okay, so that's for the census, the data for the 3 open heart surgery packages. And to summarize the reports that were submitted to us, We are also encouraging the healthcare institutions here, present here, and those online to please share their best practices and challenges as I end this report. Ma'am Merla and Miss Mel will help me moderate the discussion during the sharing. So for the best practices, as mentioned earlier, the number one best practice was the heart team approach. So this is the multidisciplinary team approach. We start with having a preoperative assessment by our expert panel. I don't know what you call your panel that assesses the preoperative risks of your patients, but this has been proven to really help us filtering patients who will undergo the surgery, or at least patients or higher risk right now on assessment can be delayed so that the surgery is postponed so that yung risk nila medyo bumaba in time. Like for the smokers, they ask the patients to stop smoking for several weeks and the pulmonary will reassess again the risk, such as those. So this really helped us standardize the risks of our patients. And also, parang preempt what complications can happen so that we are ready for any variants that may happen on these patients. Next is the multidisciplinary care team. So during operation, during admission, we have the whole team caring for the patients, not just the doctors, but also during confinement, we have dedicated persons following up on the patients, like our nurse case manager and also our nurse variance monitor, si Soriani. And lastly, we have the post-op care and follow-up. So as we know, our second tranche will depend on the med-cert and also the completion of the cardiac rehab program of our patients. So this really helped the function, the quality of life of these patients. So that. The second one is the clinical pathway, of course. So yung clinical pathway, because this is based on the current guidelines and best practice of care. So what I do is I ask our CAD service, if their current clinical pathway for CABG is still updated, also for the PEDIA, the VSDTOF, if they're still updated or needs updating so that we can adjust. But currently, our clinical pathway still works, and so we still consider it as a best practice of care. Next is improve patient and family access. So I noticed from the reports given by hospitals, one of their best practices is the inclusion of the relatives and the patient's family in the care of the patients. So dito rin sa heart center, when we use the clinical pathway and nandun kasi talaga yung patient's education and family education, we are able to capacitate the patients and the family in taking care of these cardiac patients. And second to the last is this continuing quality performance reporting. So we have to monitor our patients. We have to have yung variance monitor. Here we use the quality performance measures and we have a dedicated person for that, yun si Soriani. And he regularly has to submit reports, and if the certain variants will ring an alarm, we have to work on it so that this will not happen again. And lastly, of course, dedicated staff and designated point persons. So for this, so this is our Z benefit team headed by our leaders. And this is our team. So we have our nurse case manager, si Miss Mel, and the patient monitoring nurse, si Soriani, our MC. For each package, not each, so for adult, since this is the bulk, Miss Mel and Mom Cheryl helps with working on the pre-authorization requirements up to the time of admission. Si Chin Chin is the one assigned for PEDIA open heart packages for both VSD and POF. And then we have a dedicated person for the processing of claims. Okay, so that mabawas-bawasan man lang ang mga mali na nakalagay doon. And to help all them is Evans. And of course, we have Marion, our secretariat. So that is our best practices, not just for Heart Center, but also for the different hospitals that submitted their reports. And lastly, the different challenges that were reported, of course, in COVID-19 pandemic. So with the pandemic, most of us had to close our regular operating rooms, our regular operating schedule. So we had to stop admitting ZBEN patients. And with this, the challenge was when we reopened, how to schedule them all and how to call them back. Especially during 2020, when most of the patients were afraid to come back to the hospitals. And we know that habang tumatagal silang hindi nagpapa-opera, their risks become higher. And some of their labs, like their angiograms, will expire so that yung iba mangailangan ulit i-angiogram and such. Some hospitals have problems with the different blood products. So for this, I would like to call on the different hospitals to share their experiences. What challenges you had about these blood products, and also increasing prices of medicine supplies, which has caused nagkukulang na yung base natin na claim for this Z benefit package. And some hospitals have reported high turnover rates of hospital staff, which is a problem here in the Philippines because of the lure of the greener pastures abroad. Okay. So with Philippine Heart Center, yung high turnover rates, because si Sir Yani and si Miss Mel go around every time, they are able to orient our nurses. And for us, sa doctors, we make it a point that we have once or twice a year orientation for our incoming fellows who will use the clinical pathways for these Z benefit patients. Okay, so this is my last slide. Would like to ask the different healthcare institutions, both here and who are online, who would want to share their experiences, their best practices with us. Okay, so we have a comment here in the chat box from DOH. Screening panel. The heart team is a better name or tagline for those who are doing the assessment of the patient. Okay. So anyone? Yes, sir. Dr. Maru. Please take the floor.
Hi, good morning. Mauna ako kasi I have another activity. We all know after Philippine Heart Center started with the ZBEN on February 2013. It was then SPMC followed at 2014. So we are only 9 years old, 1 year younger than the Philippine Heart Center. And if you check on the data, not comparing the total number of ZBEN, comparing Philippine Heart Center with SPMC, although we are the second, but we are just 10% compared to the 4,000, we are plus. We are 401. And generally, for the mortality, it's about 2.4 for general, and we maintain it on the VSD and at cabbage. Cabbage is about 2.3 to 2.5 VSD. But again, on the TUF, especially on the earlier years, we have a higher, and it summarized down to about 5 to 6% to now. Now, we have same what we call we followed everything, especially in the guidelines, the clinical pathways. We don't change because almost all of us came here from Philippine Heart Center. Our sentiments is still the same, not only for ZBen, and PhilHealth knows that from the start. We don't have issues, especially on the Dr. Manso's comment is enough for the ZBen, but I will add on to the non-Z. Although this summit is all for Z, but still, how can we survive? Actually, we are, di ba, ang standard is once you have a NBB patient, that's it. So we just received ano yung binigay ni Dr. Manso, that's about 46,000 for an open heart, valve surgery, and everything. So what we did is, I don't know, we have only two present government hospital here. Wala namang iba? Wala. What we did, I don't know, the PhilHealth is here. Before we end the discharge process, we get all the, especially the bigger amount of supplies, and we have to charge it, but not to the patient's pocket, but we charge this with our own MAP, the medical assistance coming from DOH before we can discharge. And I don't know if what they will call it, but we need to survive. So nakakasingil naman kami sa ating other institutions, like sa assistance ng different congressmen, senators, but on our own process, not on the patient. We will not give the burden to the patient. As I said, yung Philippine Heart Center at saka SPMC, I think mabubuhay eh. Kasi, but look at these other government hospitals. Yun ang dapat isipin natin. Why we put up this PhilHealth Universal Health Program na it's not for all, especially on the catastrophic. Parati naming sinasabi noon pa for 10 years na bakit yung valve? These are the most or the less fortunate patient. So yung baka ngayon, this year, ewan ko sinong dapat tawagin namin, ang Diyos, natawag na namin eh. Wala pa rin nangyari. But the valve patient, I can recall when I was in training, pagtawag ng secretary namin sa surgery, "Ma'am, yung pasyente na po, papuntahin nyo na dito." Ang sagot, "Ma'am, wala na siya, namatay na last year." So, if I experienced that when I was in training, 2000, we are experiencing that now in SPMC. So what we're asking, a single valve, because this will boil down na hindi na yan siya aabot ng double valve. later on. Kasi na-correct mo na initial eh. So hopefully, this cry from all of us na mga health providers will be taken up seriously. I know magsasabi na we don't have, pero ang dami naman dyan na hindi siguro ano din eh. Just like in the case rate, imagine an open heart, no PF. Wala na yung mga PF dyan. Doon pa lang sa hospital cost on an open heart, 200, 300. But kasama na ano, magkano yun? 24,000. Anong gagawin mo dyan sa hospital cost? Kaya kawawa ang hospital, not only the patient. I hope na we will continue. As Dr. Manso had said, hindi pa namin pwedeng iwanan eh. Si Dr. Manso, ako, I don't know with other institution, especially government. Ako, nag-retire ako 2001, but I was not allowed to apply for volunteer, so I volunteered. No more salary. Hindi pa namin pwedeng iwanan. So I hope na sana si Ma'am yung sa PhilHealth. Wala eh. Kahit si Dr. Manso na kasi ang pinaka malakas na boses namin. But walang nangyari. I hope yun. Sir, baka matouch na natin ngayon ang heart nila. Because time will come, all of us will realize na this is not only for us, but hopefully the government will give focus on the cardiac patient. Ayan si Ma'am, yan talaga parati kong kausap. Hindi si Doktora, ikaw. Ikaw hinahanap ko eh. So hopefully, siguro tama na ang aking message. Hindi na kailangan yung data because data will follow. Pwede kong sasabihin na we cannot compare Cleveland because Cleveland is using data with good, not only the good cases like what we have, but they have data na puro pangit. So, pero they still have that good data. But I don't want to mingle on that kind of comparison. But what is important, how we survive as a health provider, hindi yung how the patient survive kahit na ano yung ng mga pasyente. But if the hospital or the provider will not survive because of those challenges, we have same challenges. I don't think universal health law can be of use sa totoo lang. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Peralta. I'm also an alumnus of PHC, and I practice congenital national children's hospital. For the best practices, I think we have the same best practices, and we also do early mobilization of patients, and we extubate the patients in the operating room to facilitate recovery. Now, for the challenges, Doktora, I think yung isa sa challenges namin is the paperwork. Yeah. Masyadong mahigpit, no? And sa haba ng processing, in the end, ma-deny. So we have to apply again for reconsideration. Now, we only did five ZBEN patients, but we're able to hit our target number of patients for the year because we have some most of our patients have guarantee letters. So kung i-compare yung paperwork sa ZBEN dun sa mga guarantee letters, mas mas magaan yung trabaho namin. But we're able to serve the same subset of patients, indigent patients. So I think kung may streamline yung processing, baka we'll get more ZBEN patients and mas dadami yung maoperahan namin. Thank you.
From Vicente Soto.
Okay, while we're waiting for Vicente Soto, we will be distributing paper and pens so that you can write for your questions and concerns regarding implementation, processes, and utilization.
Hello, good morning. I'm Dr. Mariel Mitz Mopon. I'm a medical officer 4 of Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center. So for our best practices, for the PhilHealth side, VSMMC was able to facilitate the pre-authorization on time with, this is with constant collaboration with the cardiac team and constant facilitation of requirements from the patients. For the nursing service, VSMMC continues to act as as an advocate to the patients by giving health teachings. This is throughout the journey, preoperatively, during the operation, when the patient stays in the CCU, and even postoperatively, there are health teachings that is done by our dedicated staff. Also, we do multidisciplinary preoperative case conferences for all patients enrolled in the Z benefit, and this is actually facilitated by the different service councils. So for the adult, more on the ischemic council, and for the pediatrics, we have the congenital council that will facilitate the conference. And of course, we also use still the clinical pathways. Now for our challenges, it's basically the same for the rest. One challenge is the sustainability of our medications, supplies, and equipments. There were months wherein basic laboratory tests were not available, and so we halted on operating. There were also months wherein equipments were not available, oxygenators were not available, so that caused us to pause in our operations. And lastly, for the procurement of blood products, this was actually noted for patients that are enrolled in the Z benefit, patients that are outside Cebu. So this was noted especially during the pandemic, wherein there was a restriction there was a border control. There was a restriction done. So the family of the patients with the donors could not really transport the donors right there and there because of the said restrictions. And at that time, there was also a decrease in bloodletting activities. So what we did was we focused on the constant communication, not just in our blood banks, but for the to the other blood banks in our locality as well. So yeah, I think basically that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Mary Mediatrix.
Good morning po. Ako po si Geraldine. as event coordinator ng Mary Mediatrix Medical Center. Sa amin po, sa best practices, because of the ZBEN po, nagkameron po kami ng good increase in census kasi kami po ay mas madalas puntahan ng pasyente, lalo na po kung patient po is in an urgent procedure. Best practices din po kami when it comes to good patient advocate po. And pagdating naman po sa challenges, madalas po, ang challenges po talaga namin is yung blood products. Lalo na po noong pandemic, nahirapan po talaga ang mga patient namin. Yun, tama po yung sinabi ni Ma'am ni Dr. kanina na yung transportation po nahihirapan po ang pasyente. Lalo na po may mga restriction. And last one po is yung availability po ng surgical team namin and the healthcare team po. Lalo na po kapag may patient po kami na sunod-sunod. Minsan po may mga other institution din po kasi yung surgical team namin na pinupuntahan nila na may operation din po sila. So hindi po nagtutugma-tugma. Yun lang po. Thank you po.
Paano nyo inaano?
Ginagawa ko po as a ZBEN coordinator, I'll make sure po na on the side po ng patient, safe pa din po yung pagkaantay ng patient. So at properly coordinated po sa buong healthcare team and especially po sa family po ng patient. Kasi syempre ang pasyente po ay nag-worry lagi, lalo na po kapag hindi sila medically inclined. So I'll make sure po na from time to time, kung hindi po available ang surgical team natin, lalo na kung halimbawa naka-vacation leave or hindi po available ang isang team, so meron pong reason na madedelay yung procedure natin. I'll make sure po na bago ko po sila i-update, complete po ang ating surgical team. Thank you po.
Thank you. Ay, look.
In addition lang dun sa regarding sa problem sa blood products, we know that hindi kasali ang cell saver during when we formulate, I think, sa paggawa ng especially sa cabbage. But in our institution, we see to it that all coronary bypass patients utilize the cell saver. That is why our blood products are much reduced. So standardized po. Bawal po hindi mag-utilize ng na hindi pwedeng mag-utilize. Even on our valve, except for ASD na adult, pwede na yun. Pero valve, coronary bypass, ginagamitan po namin ng cell saver. That's why we don't have problem in our blood product utilization.
Okay. And may we call on our representatives from Hospital ng Muntinlupa?
Good morning. So I was surprised to see that it's Hospital ng Muntinlupa is the only local hospital. It's brave enough to do this CBED package. So actually we started in 2017 without the PhilHealth because that was we dedicated it to the 100-year celebration of Muntinlupa. And we applied for PhilHealth, which was subsequently approved on November 8th. And we started our CBED. So actually, a total of 63 patients were done, but this includes also the mitral valve replacement and mitral valve repair, which were not included in the PhilHealth. So that's also our dilemma. Some patients come and ask if there is this benefits for the mitral valve replacement or repair, but unfortunately, it's not part of the package of the PhilHealth. So the limitations, so of course, we have the limited supplies and materials, plus the increase in cost. That is our main problem. And we have the increased turnover of trained nurses. We have no facility for cardiac catheterization. So this is done outside. So all the workup is done outside before the patient is admitted. And we have also limited OR. So we have to block one OR just for the open heart for 24 hours because the patient might cross and there's a need to reopen the patient. And just with all the hospitals, blood products is a problem, especially platelets. So the patients have to buy these blood products from the Red Cross. So what would be the challenges? So there is actually increasing demand for cabbage as well as mitral valve replacement. And there is a delay also for the ski benefit package due to documentation requirements. So medyo madaming trabaho sa mga papeles. And sometimes we are not complete, so the records have to be sent back to us. So what would be our best practices? We have the clinical pathway. We work as a team. And we are very fortunate that we have two teams now working in this C benefit. One is the Asian Heart team headed by Dr. Garcia. And the other is who joined us is the team of Dr. Ortiz. So for the open heart team, the duration of hospitalization is just 7 days. So on the 7th day, they are discharged. And we do follow up patients every month for the next 6 months. And we have a nurse coordinator or nurse case manager for this specifically open heart. So she does all the paperwork or the coordination, even a conference before the family conference before the patient is admitted. That's all. And thank you also for PhilHealth for giving us the accreditation. And hopefully we look forward to a fruitful relationship in the future.
We have one more hospital here, AUFMC.
Good morning po. I'm Desiree Pagku, the Assistant Director for Nursing Services and Concurrent PhilHealth ZBEN Coordinator. I'm coming from the culinary capital of the Philippines, Pampanga, where food is high in fat, sugar, and salt. So we have a lot of patients for cabbage. We have been operating for bypass since 2011, and we started only the ZBEN package in 2016. And I think we are still in the process of improving our processes, especially with the high turnover of staff, especially for the nurses. For our best practices, during the pandemic and even until now, we use alternative methods of engaging our patient and family by using online platforms in order to limit their travel from far provinces or towns into AUFMC. And then, same as with the others, we do our patient education before, during admission, and even after. And I constantly follow up the patients and remind them of their follow-up schedules, what they need to do at home. While waiting, I have to remind them also to be very careful not to do strenuous activities and to avoid going out, because I had 3 patients po na delay because they had COVID. So surgeons gave instructions not to operate on the patients for 7 weeks. So that was a problem for them also kasi medyo kabado po sila because they still have to wait for almost 2 months. What were our challenges? I think we almost have the same for all of the hospitals. So first is we have the rapid turnover. So we have to cross-train nurses from the medical surgical MS to the cardiac CCU. We have to train them because we don't have CCU nurses anymore. And then the increase in prices of medicines and supplies also same as with everybody. So whenever I see yung pong sobra sa hospital bill, kinakabahan na po ako. Baka po malagay yung ulo ko sa chopping block. I ask finance always, okay pa po ba tayo? But they always say na we have to continue offering Z benefit packages because we know that a lot of patients need them in Pampanga. So, kaya pa naman daw po namin. Pero syempre po, wag naman masyadong matagal. Baka naman po dumating na sa point na hindi na namin kaya because we cannot admit a lot of patients also now. I think that's what happens also with other hospitals because we don't have nurses. So syempre po, dun nang gagaling yung excess budget na pwede sana nating hugutin. And then some patients who would like to avail of the Z benefit are not qualified. Like for example, if their ejection fraction is less than 35 or they have other problems that like if they would need valve repair. Sometimes nakikiusap po sila sa akin, ma'am, willing po ako magbayad kahit magkano, isabay nyo lang po. Sayang po kasi yung 550, but I cannot do anything because that's the policy of PhilHealth. Maybe we could do something po for these patients eventually. We also have long waiting period because tawag dito, the completion of requirements, sometimes they get lost. And there are still doctors who are still confused on who are patients who are eligible. So I think this is one thing that we can improve on, information dissemination to our cardiologists. We also had challenges with the post-COVID patients. When they were already operated on, we noticed that they had prolonged ventilation. They were extubated less than 24 hours after surgery, but they required not re-intubation, but non-invasive ventilation after. So I'm not sure if that's related to COVID, but they attributed to it. So pwedeng yun po yung maging challenges moving forward for those patients who would be exposed to COVID. And then maybe we could ask Heart Center if we could also have an expanded ZBEN. I'm not sure because we have patients po na high risk for pulmonary complications na tina-turn down din po namin because hindi po kakayanin dahil wala kami expanded Z. So that's all. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Ma'am Des. So for the expanded PhilHealth Z benefit package, you have to apply it sa PhilHealth. And as mentioned earlier, are more higher risks patients, no, hindi talaga pwedeng isama because of your number 2 challenge, the finances, the financial aspect. So sobra-sobra na yung hospital expense ng patient. So kayo rin malulugi. Magagalit si Attorney Martin. So, we don't have any volunteers or people who would like to share in the chat box. So, just a summary, it's almost for all the different healthcare institutions on the Z benefit, our challenges and best practices are almost the same. No, and hopefully with this kind of summit, we will learn from each other. Like for those who are having problems with the blood products, using of cell savers during surgery is a big help. I think the cell saver is included in the clinical pathway. So we just breeze through again the clinical pathway for CABG surgery. It's there. What else? And so with that, we'd like to thank everyone who shared their experiences, their best practice and challenges here and through reportings online. And we hope to see you again soon. So we are now opening the floor for any questions for the open forum.
We would like to remind regarding the questions that are not related to the following: implementation, processes, utilization, and outcomes will be forwarded to your respected PhilHealth local health insurance office. So the questions must be focused on the aforementioned topics. Thank you. May mga nasulat po bang questions sa inyong papers na na-distribute po sa inyo? Sino po yung may mga questions po? Regarding processes, utilization, outcomes.
There are some cases when we need another cardiac support medicine, like the milrinone, which is a non-PNDF. We have to procure that outside, but I'm not sure if this will be allowed by PhilHealth.
Tayo po yung nagtan. Yes. Magandang umaga pa rin po sa inyong lahat, no? First of all, we understand and we know that milrinone is a necessity dun sa mga packages for the Z benefits sa heart. But then again, PhilHealth needs to follow the law. While the milrinone is not included in the Philippine National Formulary, there are attempts from our end to reach out to the team of the Health Technology Assessment to assess for inclusion this drug molecule. We will just have to follow it up again. It takes time, sir, no? Kasi sometimes when they do the assessments, they need to use local data for the cost effectiveness. But if it's just single sourced, there's another avenue, which is the price negotiation board. But then again, before we can do the negotiating for single source drug molecules, we have to have it included in the Philippine National Formulary. So back again doon sa request. And these are all these technologies, drugs, devices, and everything for inclusion, for coverage, for insurance coverage, dumadaan po sa prosesong ito. And may mga paperworks din kasi. So, kami sa PhilHealth, as much as possible, we want to increase our coverage, especially for these life-saving drugs. We saw this during the COVID-19, may expedited na process for the remdesivir and everything. Pero kasi itong milrinone, it's in the package of the Z benefits na sana masama siya. Sige po, kakatok po kami sa pintuan ulit ng ating Ministry of Health. We have our counterpart colleagues there. Hindi naman po kami tumitigil, no? These are reviewed. Maybe hindi lang nyo naririnig, silent kami minsan. But rest assured po that the team inside PhilHealth is continuously coordinating with the proper authorities for the inclusion of these drugs. Thank you po. Pagkakataon nyo na po magtanong,
Yes,
even for our virtual participants, we have more than 180 listening right now. PhilHealth is here. The special benefits team of PhilHealth is here. We also have our Chief Operating Officer present with us face-to-face, Attorney Eli Dino Santos. And this is your opportunity to ask questions that's been lingering and you're dying to know the answer. Opportunity nyo na po ito.
How about, ma'am, the application for new packages? Like yung single valve. The Kawasaki package for children was actually initially presented, but ang reason why it was not considered was that because it was rare disease, parang the population affected among children is small, parang 0.00 something. But the effect on yung sa Z part, the amount that is needed to treat is very high. Like example ngayon po, ang 1 vial of 5 grams is about 20,000. So now also that there is an high incidence of COVID, yung sa MIS-C, wherein the treatment is the same and the manifestation is the same. It looks like on the Z part, for the patients who are affected, it needs to be covered by PhilHealth. It was previously covered by DOH with the excess fund, but as Dr. Manso mentioned, when the fund was consumed, it has to be reapplied again, and it has to go through the process again of approval with the new administration, compared if it was included in PhilHealth Z package, then it becomes a continuing package which patients or children may continue to benefit from. And also yung sa single valve, ma'am, yun po, yung dalawa.
Yan, dalawa lang yun, sir, pero malaki yun. IVIG, Doc. Okay
Yes,
po.
the IVI.
So, I will rephrase po the question, no, in terms of how we understand it in health financing. So there is a question for the inclusion for coverage or increasing coverage for two conditions. One is a procedure, which is the single valve replacement. Tama, sir? Opo, it's a procedure, sir. Usually for a heart condition, they do valve replacement. So it's a single valve. And there's one, a pediatric medical condition, they call the Kawasaki. Children are affected, but there's good outcome if given the proper intervention. And that intervention involves a drug that is very expensive. All right. In the past, it was included in the medical access program of the Department of Health. So here comes universal healthcare. And we are expecting for this year alone that there will be increasing benefits in terms of coverage and in terms of the exact rates, the amounts to be paid to our healthcare providers. However, we are also faced with the fact that for this year, even with portions of funds coming from PAGCOR and PCSO, we don't get the full portions as stipulated in the law. For example, PCSO, it's 40%, but what's coming into PhilHealth is just 20% of that 40%. And we have to prioritize what conditions these are. So, an insurer has to strike a balance given a limited fiscal space. Ayun po. Our funds are finite. Yun po ang reality. Kahit na gustong-gusto po talaga natin, because that is the mandate of the National Health Insurance Program to increase coverage, we are faced with the fact that we have to work within a budget. So for this year, the sector under where the special benefits is situated has to prioritize ano po ang mga conditions na ito. For new benefits, papasok yung Kawasaki doon sa rationalization of the all-case rates. Kasi for this year, walang bagong development for Z, but there are two special benefits packages na lalabas. They are designed like Z. And then for the existing Z benefits, merong expansion na mangyayari, specifically for open heart surgeries in children. So yun naman po yung striking that balance. We'll see po for CY 2024 and onward how we can request more budget from our lawmakers to increase the syntax na allotted, ano pa ba, yung mga funds para maipakita natin sa mga counterpart national government agencies that the National Health Insurance Program has increased its benefits and it's not enough para po maipasok pa at makagawa pa kami ng bagong packages, malakihan pa yung bayad. Ayun naman po. A question. So, please bear with what we have facing reality in the Philippines, no? Our hearts are reaching out also to our lawmakers. Please let us put more resources into the national health insurance so that PhilHealth can achieve its mandate, no, of increasing financial protection and covering more conditions, developing new benefits packages. Salamat po.
Doctor, here's another question from our virtual joiner. In the standardization of Z packages across the Philippines, why are the copay packages not standardized and not just telling the institution an arbitrary policy not to go over the package like 550,000 for CEBG? The different institutions and heart teams, especially in provincial hospitals, often discuss about what is standard and not. As to not cause confusion, especially to accredited hospitals, my suggestion is that because of the years of performing the Z package programs of PhilHealth, I think now is the right time that the copay be standardized already and should be set by PhilHealth.
All right. Magandang tanong po yan, copay, no? Copay is under the big umbrella of cost sharing, which is an item in universal healthcare. So an item there is cost sharing na may copay at co-insurance. Now, prior to universal healthcare, si PhilHealth po for a decade already introduced the concept of copayment. Because in a model, in the insurance model, there are three players. We have the insurer, we have the provider, and we have the member. So, in the middle of this triangular relationship, we have to share the risk. For example, represented by a marble inside that triangle. So, we have to share the risk to the member also. Kasi hindi lang ang risk nasa insurer at nasa provider. And that risk is in the form of cost sharing. And cost sharing, sa atin is co-payment or co-insurance. That is a strategy to address moral hazard, prevent unnecessary utilization of services. Now, ang question, pwede bang ma-standardize ang copay? We will get to that. We will come out now with a policy on cost sharing, and there will be an implementing guideline for that. Kasi prior to UHC, kahit na inintroduce na beforehand ni PhilHealth yung konsepto ng cost sharing, hindi siya standard. There is just a general rule of thumb that if you are contracted, your copay should not exceed the package rate. So that's just the general rule of thumb. But then again, for some DOH hospitals, in the earlier implementation of the Z benefits, there were high-level meetings, no, na, ikaw ang copay mo ganito, ang copay mo ganyan. We would like to improve on that. And as much as we can, we understand that the copay should be standardized. But this is a message to all our healthcare providers listening, especially yung mga nasa virtual. If PhilHealth will standardize the copay, that will be a limit to how much out of pocket the patient is allowed to pay the hospital. And the risk will now be shared between PhilHealth and the hospital. Na-control na natin yung risk sa patient. So what are we saying, Attorney Eli? What we are saying is, with increasing coverage by the insurer, PhilHealth will bear the risk And all patients who are availing of any benefit, be it Z, ACR, kasi mag-i-increase ng benefit, PhilHealth will assume all the risk. But if that patient opted for more than the basic, so may risk ang patient, tsaka pa lang siya magkukopay, pero may limit. And the rest will be with the risk at sa risk na lang provider. So ganun po nag-work ang isang insurance model. We will try to assume all the risk. Kasi government naman talaga should provide for its citizens. Kaya uulitin namin na nanawagan din po kami sa aming mga legislators na makita ninyo ang relevance ng National Health Insurance. We have to have the fund pool very robust so that we can develop more benefits and pay our providers on time and relevantly. Yun po. May question pa?
I think they will be the last, Dr. for this open forum session so that we can take our lunch break. So this is from Sir Hernan Evangelista of St. Luke's. This question is for our policymaker. I think we should revise the policy in claims reimbursement. The hospital claim should not be default denied. If there are discrepancies in the claim forms caused by human errors, wrong attached, or lack of additional documentary requirements, we should allow RTH so that hospital can rectify it prior. Once the claims were denied, the payment prolonged due to motion for reconsideration process. Well, in fact, the error or discrepancy is just very minimal. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is for the Z benefits.
Yes po.
Kasi po, Attorney Eli, the Z benefits, when it was initially introduced, it was for quality. And quality also involves proper documentation and proper filling out of forms. Kasi how can a hospital provide quality service if in its documentation, it cannot fulfill its duty, no? So ganun po yung spirit behind that. But 10 years forward, because of paperwork, a lot of documentation, we see errors in recording. And sometimes these errors are very minimal nga po, no? Like, ano yung example ng minimal? May nakaligtaan?
Yeah, maybe
signature.
as for Z benefit
Yung
po,
signature, importante po yan.
or dates lang, Dr.
Okay, dates are important because we need the reckoning date.
Anyway, lahat
Okay.
pala important.
Sige, pag-usapan natin what is, pero what we're saying, bottom line, when we finally identify and sit down with all of you, no, including our regional offices, ano yung minimal, ano yung hindi life-threatening, ano yung hindi makukuha ang PhilHealth at saka ang provider, we will accept kasi sa amin din, sa end din ng aming mga PhilHealth regional offices, gusto naming mas streamline ang ginagawa nila. Dahil sila po, hindi lang sila dedicated for the Z benefits. They are also monitoring. They are also answering to our oversight. No? Pinapatawag din sila. Pinapatawag namin sila. So, yes, we agree to streamline. But we need to agree, ano yun? Signature is not. Definitely not. Dates, hindi pwede. Importante yung date sa amin. Kasi kung system na ang kausap natin, ide-deny ng system to or RTH ng system.
I think yun po,
Separate
Dr.
meeting
yung
na lang
gusto
yan.
niya.
Okay.
Na instead, let's do the RTH just like the other case rates claims.
Sige, tignan natin. Yes.
Should be the date signed or the date upon discharge.
Si Marla makakasagot nito. The dates daw ba of the dates up on discharge or the date upon, kasi importante sir, tatlong pinag-usapan. Merong date kung kailan na pre-authorize, merong date kung kailan naoperahan, may date kung kailan siya na-discharge. So may specific rules on that. Tama, Miss Mel? Apo. Si Miss Mel na lang po ang kakausap sa inyo.
Will it qualify when you say minimal? TOF repair versus TOF correction. Kasi, pero pareho silang TOF. Parang semantics lang po. Would it be qualified as a minimal variation?
Pag system na po kasi, it will matter, no? TOF repair and TOF correction. Pag system po kasi yan, it will recognize one or the other. So it will matter po. Kaya that's why we have to sit down and discuss. So that when we translate it to system,
Kasi pare-pareho sa amin yun, but some surgeon write repair, some surgeon write correction.
Sige po, pag-usapan po natin para yung system, itatranslate niya na or. Ang system kasi, binabasa lang niya 1 or 0. Hindi po siya nakakabasa ng correction or repair. Sa virtual floor po ba may mga nagtatanong pa? Okay, yes, sir.
Doktora, tanong ko lang po, like kung may nag-submit ng motion for reconsideration, how long does it take for that to be studied and make a decision? Kasi, like, we operated the patient 2021.
Okay.
And then, sinubmit na deny. And then, nag-submit ng motion for reconsideration. So, gaano katagal? Parang may nababalita ko, Doktora, it takes months or a year for that to make a decision.
Okay po. Thank you, sir. No, that is another lingo of PhilHealth, motion for reconsideration. In general po, especially for Z, huwag niyong hayaan na ma-MR ang inyong claim. Why? Once na pumasok yan sa process ng MR, it will pass through the legal process. That's due process. And in the Philippines, hindi lang po sa PhilHealth, how long is due process? So, medyo matagal po yan. Yun yung request, kaya sana meron na lang return to sender para hindi papasok sa process ng motion for reconsideration. So, we will seriously take that into consideration, sir. Kasi we don't want to take the path of the MR. Dahil once it goes through the legal process, that is out of our hands. No? Hayaan yung nandun lang siya sa process within the health finance policy sector process. Huwag nyo na pong hayaan makarating dun sa legal. Lawyer po si Attorney Eli. Alam po niya. Kasi may due process, no? We have to establish yung mga events and the evidence and everything for something very trivial, yung sabi ni ma'am. So we will consider, Merle, schedule mo na lang yung meeting. Our meetings will be virtual. Okay. I guess that's the end.
Yes, Doctora.
Sige
This
po.
will be an additional comment from our virtual from Dr. Esther Ricardo. In support of SPMC issues, it's not about on more packages created, but the relevance of the Z benefit rates to the current economic recession wherein prices of meds and supplies are soaring high. Hope priority now would be updating of the rates relevant to risk protection of patient and the financial needs of hospitals. Yes, we cannot fulfill our duty as Z benefit providers if finances are dwindling. Thank you. So for our open forum, I think, yeah, we are closing our open forum, and may we now call our OIC for Department of Surgery and Anesthesia in our Philippine Heart Center, Dr. Christopher Cheng, just to give or to share surgeon's perspective regarding our best practices.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, for giving me this opportunity. So after a lot of issues have been taken up regarding the Z benefit, I'm a surgeon po, no, by the way, and most of the time I practice here at the Philippine Heart Center. And I consider myself very lucky because we are not actually experiencing the other, I don't have the, I mean, not in the same situation as like Dr. Maria had earlier, but we are having challenges now in how to squeeze our many patients in the very tight schedule that we have now in the operating room. But aside from that, I'd like to share something. In 2013, we actually started the surgery, the Department of Surgery, actually started our group practice. And we used to have different teams. Now we are bunched into one group, and we were headed then by our former medical director, Dr. Chua Chiaco. And up to now, we are still being led by our deputy director, Dr. Mansu here. And during that time, we have our Dr. Villanueva, as our department manager. The congenital or pediatric group was headed by Dr. Gamponia. He's the most senior then. So during that time, from 2013, we started with the cases of probably more than 100 a year. And this census actually peaked at 2018, just before the pandemic, and where we are doing actually more than 800 something cases with a very excellent actually outcome, surgical outcome, like what was presented earlier. In our cabbage, we are more than 1%, and we were already comparing that with Cleveland Clinic, which is actually quoted the best surgical center in the world. So aside from that, in our locker rooms, me and my colleagues are always talking about what a great gift the Z Benefit surgical packages is for the Filipino people. Because before that, when you are given a diagnosis of a cardiac disease that necessitates open heart surgery, it's game over. I mean, either you pay for it, you can afford that, or you just have to queue up in the OPD, where you have to wait for the long queue. But now, these procedures becomes affordable. Hindi naman completely free, but affordable. And we see many people who actually avail of this procedure are the middle class, working class people, very productive members of the society. So today, actually, I'm very privileged to speak in behalf of my colleagues, not only the surgeons, the anesthesiologists, the cardiovascular anesthesiologists, the nurses, the mga nurse managers, the perfusionists, the whole surgical team. We actually benefited from this program, and we are very thankful for those people who actually work for this, from the working on the legislation part, from those who toil with the logistics, from those who write to those who wrote these very detailed care plans, for those who people who screen the cases just for us surgeons to do the procedure. And although we are actually the final executioner of this grand plan, we actually all understand what an immense effort was put into this for each patient. Marami talang effort. So again, I'm sure what we have planted in this institution will reach far to the farthest area in the country. Yun lang po. Thank you very much.
So at this juncture, may we call on the PhilHealth Chief Operating Officer, Attorney Eli Dino Santos, to give insights about the Open Hearts Z benefit packages.
Deputy Director Dr. Gerardo Manzo, sir. Good morning. Heads and implementers of the Z benefits from the contracted health facilities, members of the surgical team, those who are the executioner of the Z benefit, PhilHealth Central and regional officers and staff, healthcare professionals, fellow public servants, to all who are participating online, everyone here gathered in this hall. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Magandang tanghali. Opo. We heard and witnessed how the Z benefits for open heart surgeries have evolved since its inception in 2013. It started with only 2 contracted tertiary hospitals for the first few years of implementation, which steadily involved 25 contracted health facilities today. Increasing numbers of contracted health facilities mean more partner providers delivering quality healthcare services, increasing access, and ensuring better health outcomes for cardiac patients. We sincerely thank all of our partners, thank you po, and contracted healthcare providers who shared their good practices, such as empowering Filipino patients and their families, making them aware and equally responsible for the success of their treatment. The constant collaboration among members of the cardiac team and the coordination with hospital staff to facilitate efficient processes for the availment of the PhilHealth Z benefits packages. However, implementing the Z benefits for a decade has more room for improvement, especially in addressing the coverage and financial protection for cardiac conditions. Moreover, with inflation and increased market prices, PhilHealth strives to expand, update, and improve the benefits packages, especially for the surgery of ventricular septal defect and tetralogy of Fallot in children this calendar year, 2023. Rest assured that PhilHealth also has a parallel review of the other benefits packages with the provider payment reform initiatives of universal healthcare. As such, we will continue improving benefits and encourage everyone to carry on with what we all started for patients needing cardiovascular care. We recognize and commend all of you for your dedication to delivering only quality services at par with international standards. For our part, PhilHealth will strive to improve and streamline claims processing and turnaround time for reimbursement of our partner providers. It is a long and challenging journey ahead, but all of us having the same goal and working collaboratively toward that goal is a recipe for achieving the promise of UHC. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
To award certificates of appreciation, may we call on Dr. Juliet Balderas, the chairman of Hospital Committee on Clinical Pathway, Philippine Heart Center, and the co-chair, Dr. Francois Sarmiento. Okay, let me read the certificate. Philippine Heart Center proudly presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Gerardo S. Manzo for his invaluable service as resource speaker for Z Benefit Open Heart Packages Summit, Clinical Outcomes Challenges and Best Practices, given this 21st day of February 2023. Children's Heart Auditorium, 3rd floor, Medical Arts Building, Philippine Heart Center, East Avenue, Quezon City. Signed by the following persons. Dr. Francois May Sarmiento, Hospital Committee on Clinical Pathways Co-Chair. Dr. Maria Bridget Donato Fernandez, Chairperson, Scientific Committee, PHC 48th Anniversary. Dr. Juliet J. Balderas, overall chairperson, organizing committee, PHC 48th anniversary, and the chairman of Hospital Committee on Clinical Pathways. Dr. Crisel M. Galang, Deputy Executive Assistant Director, Nursing Services. Dr. Gilbert C. Villela, Deputy Executive Director, Education, Training, and Research Studies. Ms. Josephine M. Guillermo Lopez, Deputy Executive Director, Hospital Support. Sir. And the Executive Director, Dr. Joel M. Abenilia. Okay. Okay. The same certificate reads as before. So may we call on Attorney Eli Dino Santos. And lastly, Dr. Christopher C. Cheng. And thank you so much to our dear speakers and to Attorney Eli Santos for graciously being with us today despite his hectic schedule. Earlier, we had been guided with the setting the right goals for these Z benefit open heart packages. While it is truly important to have similar goals, it is also necessary to establish the right expectations so we can move as one into a single direction. To officially mark the closing of the fourth year Z Benefit Open Heart Package Summit, may we call on the Senior Manager of the Benefits Development and Research Department, Dr. Mel Santillan.
Actually po, ang magko-closing, ang aming sector head, si Dr. Israel Francis Pargas. But sabi nga po, very hectic ang schedule ng mga officers namin, senior officers sa PhilHealth. And we are really very lucky to have Attorney Santos with us. Among all the chief operating officers of PhilHealth in my 2 decades of being employed under PhilHealth, si Attorney Santos as COO po ang isa sa mga pinaka-active na chief operating officers. At nahahawakan namin siya. Ayan, salamat sir. Thank you very much. I've managed to scribble some notes that I would like to use sana kanina for the insights. But then again, gamitin ko na lang siya sa closing. First of all, I would like to express my gratefulness, no? And PhilHealth, in behalf of PhilHealth, we would like to express our gratefulness. Maraming salamat po talaga sa inyong lahat. Lahat po kayo. Dati wala ito eh. Dati wala ito. We only had fee for service and we were paying for room accommodation, medicines, labs, diagnostics, Medicare, no? The usual na binabayaran ng mga private health insurance. But when we look at the spirit, the mandate of why the National Health Insurance was enacted into law as Republic Act 7875 in 1995, February 14, it is because we want to provide protection to Filipinos when they get sick. We can read evidence in literature that a person who gets sick becomes poorer. And we know in the Philippines, we are a poor or low middle income country. And an intervention by the government has to be put in place. And this is with the establishment of the National Health Insurance Program. And this program of the government is administered by the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. And this National Health Insurance Program, the model is a social health insurance. It is not a private health insurance. So in a social health insurance, we pool the funds. There is a fund pool. Everybody gets to contribute in that pool in the form of premium contributions, in the form of national subsidy. And anybody who gets sick will be able to access that fund pool. Kaya gusto po natin, as much as possible, we want to make the National Health Insurance Program relevant by increasing that fund pool so that we can make more benefits and pay hospitals accordingly. So yun po yung konsepto ng social health insurance. So I am grateful na 28 years na po ang PhilHealth. It is one of the strong national government agencies in the Philippines. And despite all odds, I would like to share and announce to the world that we have a very good satisfaction rating. And it is not us who did the study, it is a third party. And that shows how much relevant it is to the ordinary person. So, maraming salamat po. Another thing that I am grateful for is, nandito pa kayo, nakikita ko, marami na po tayong kasamahan na in the pandemic we lost. And yung mga original proponents ng Z, buhay pa naman po. At nandito, and we realize what is important. It is health, it is the family, and the meaning of what we're doing. So health is very important to continue on with life, for us to contribute economically to our country. And we all do our share in making these benefits packages more relevant and more meaningful. Ayan po. Medyo mahaba na. Yun nga po, hindi perfect. There's still room for improvement. But then again, all these processes, all these paperworks, because these are problems, there are solutions. Yun naman po yung maganda kasi problema siya, may solusyon. Di ba? Ang constraint is the budget. We have to work within a budget. What we can do to work around that limited budget is ask for more from government subsidy or from PCSO PAGCOR. Baka pwede naman nila na, because they see na, nagbigay na kami. But when we do the projections, we have cost estimation in our sector. We do costing surveys, everything. But pag ginawa na ng aming actuary yung budget analysis and the projections for many years, malulula po kayo na the 21 billion this year is not even enough for several conditions. But we promise, sir, for year 2023, at least for the Z benefits for tetralogy of Fallot and ventricular septal defect, kasama po yung expansion. Pero may may kaakibat na responsibility from Philippine Heart Center and from all the contracted providers, or to whoever is listening out there na hospital, participate in the costing surveys of PhilHealth. How can we even increase our benefits packages if we don't have data to work on? Hindi po kami mag-iimbento ng data. You have to provide us the data. And with the promise of our Deputy Executive Director, Philippine Heart Center will participate this year. Ay yung mga contracted providers, abangan po ninyo yung sulat from Ms. Merla and her team. May costing survey po na mangyayari po for the Z benefits, and please participate. And this costing survey is with a technical assistance of a development partner, the Asian Development Bank. They are also online listening right now. So, tinutulungan po ang PhilHealth, and they are a group of experts, no? Mga health policy experts, health financing experts, health policy data analyst and data scientist, and costing experts. Yan. So tinutulungan po nila ang government, the National Health Insurance Program, to generate the evidence to guide our decision makers. Okay po? Also, with 10 years of implementing the Z benefits, we saw the best practices, we saw the difficulties and the challenges, paperwork, but we also have best practices, kaya let's participate in the research, especially yung mga outcomes research na ginagawa. For the information of our cardiac experts here, this is not the only Z Summit that is happening. We have Z Benefit Summit for colorectal cancer, for kidney transplantation, and they are doing outcomes research. So dito sa heart, we encourage all the hospitals out there, our contracted hospitals, let us share data. Because with data, we can do a lot of things. We can present our case to our decision makers for them to see where areas for improvement are. Saan kami dapat mag-focus. Ayan po. And lastly, ito po, let us continue to dream. Importante po na lagi tayong may pag-asa. The Z benefits is giving hope. Diba? Yun yung tagline niya, giving hope. Kaya let us continue to dream. Lahat po ito ay nagsimula sa isang pangarap. At wala naman pong limit sa pangarap. So thank you very much in behalf of the management of PhilHealth po and our sector head, si Doc Ish, na ako na lang daw po ang mang-closing. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
And to formally close our enriching activity, we shall be graced by the endearing message from the Philippine Heart Center co-chairman, Dr. Francois Sarmiento.
Again, thank you or everyone for attending this year's summit. Rest assured that we'll still continue doing what we do best here in Heart Center, and not just for our patients, but also for our institution. And with this ZBEN summit and the reportings, we hope that the results, we can publish or at least share, not just with our community of the open heart surgery packages community, but also to others, so that people will be more aware of this life-saving packages, not just for adults, but also for pediatric patients. And I will not repeat our pleas, but I will close this program right now, and with the hope of seeing you again next year with another summit. And thank you again. And please enjoy our lunch, which is served outside. Thank you.
Okay, so as the saying goes, a blind man will not thank you for looking glass, but I do thank you for your attention. We all know that every beginning necessitates an end, and every ending is a prelude to something greater. And that's a wrap, everyone. Thank you for staying with us throughout the day. To our on-site and online participants, thank you so much. I hope that you have gained a lot of insights from our summit. Again, good afternoon and magla-lunch na po tayo. Thank you. Okay, but before po tayo mag-lunch, we will be having a photo op po with the PhilHealth and the organizing committee po. Dito po tayo sa stage po. Everyone po, dito po tayo sa stage for the photo op. Kuya Jason, pwedeng pailaw po. Thank you.